And welcome back to the stream. It is Monday evening, and tonight we're going to be playing some Factorio as usual. Hope you guys have had a good week. Good weekend. The week is just starting. So let's see. I skipped parkrun this weekend because I was burning the midnight oil, working on one of the designs for Fulgora that I'm going to stamp down very soon. But also just a lot of work, and a lot of deep cleaning. But I did play some DDR the other day. Got some squats in and all that. So I'm staying active, getting some of my energy back for ScotiaCon. Anyways, let's jump into the game. All right, so I've been stuck on Fulgora for quite some time. I had a sort of functional base before, and I tried to make improvements, and I just wasn't satisfied with it. So I just tore the whole thing up and started over. So all of these scrap patches are getting mined, being fed into this nice little recycler array, and producing 2 green belts worth of stuff, or at least it should be. This has stalled for some reason. Why has this stalled? These belts are going the wrong direction. So let's get that fixed first off. Okay, good. So that's all coming down here. And I'm pulling the ice, the solid fuel, holmium ore, and the stone off the belt. And if I do that and also take out the gears, then I'm able to reduce the rest of, like, these 2 scrap belts. 50% of the products will have been removed, so I can reduce it down to just 1 belt of assorted scrap. Which I am then pulling off into this array that sorts it kind of into red chips, green chips, steel. And the reason I've done that is I had this notion that if you combine certain products together, then you can eliminate them much faster. So, for example, up here, if you combine low-density structures, blue chips, and steel into cargo bays, you can void a lot more cargo bays by feeding it into this recycler loop. See here, it consumes 20 low-density structures with a craft time of 10 seconds, whereas if I were to recycle the low-density structures by themselves, I would be going at a rate of 1 per 15 seconds. So that's I think 30 times increase in consumption of low-density structures. So when I have a ludicrous amount of these materials that are difficult to recycle, I want to feed them into a recipe like this. Now, the problem with this design is I have a kind of antagonistic relationship between this design that consumes personal laser defense, that consumes blue chips, versus this design that consumes low-density structures. That's fine. I kind of worked out that if I make one available here and one available here, then they'll just auto-balance it. It'll work out. But the problem with this personal laser defense is it requires a lot of laser turrets. And crafting laser turrets actually takes way too long, and it consumes too much steel. So this completely misses the point. As it turns out, you're able to consume a whole green belt worth of blue chips in just 4 recyclers. So I don't need all of this crap. This is actually, like, it's not even overkill. This is just inefficient at this point. I'm also just not a fan of the actual implementation of this scrap system that I've built. Just, in general. So, we're going to do this again using a design that I spent all weekend crafting. First, we need a lot more storage chests just to handle all of the crap that's already been produced. Let's see. Where are my chests? Let's get an active provider chest. Let's also have a toolbar just for upgrade planning. So we're going to... where are we? Going to change passive provider chests to active provider chests. Is there anything here that is not a passive provider chest? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Right. So let's stop the belts. That... No, I'm going to completely redo all of this. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of these. We'll keep that buffer chest for now. Keep those. And let's just empty all of these chests. Now, we're going to demolish everything that's not an active provider chest. So, all of the work that that I did last stream is now officially gone. And there will be a very good reason for that. Yeah, let's get rid of this as well. Get rid of these. Let's fill these tanks back up with the remaining holmium solution. Like that as well. No electrolytes, we don't need those. Don't need those. And we'll leave that alone. Okay. All this can be moved down here for now. Or I'll just store it in the clipboard for the time being. But it looks like the chests are basically emptied. So good, get rid of those. Get rid of these, get rid of these. These are all emptied. Good. And emptied. Good. This is emptied. Good. And we'll get rid of that for now, too. There. There. And now we'll get rid of this nonsense. Don't need that either. Okay, so we've got a clean slate once again. But we need to make sure we still have RoboPort coverage. And lightning coverage. All right. So now that we're resetting Fulgora a second time, or a third time, I've lost track of how many times I've done it now. Here is my scrap sorter. So this converts scrap products into useful base materials and voids the rest. I've worked out that this is rated for 2 green belts, using just normal quality machines and tier 2 speed modules. So we've got the 2 scrap belts coming in. Let's find a good place to stamp this down. I guess this works. Not really. Let's orient it this direction. Yeah. That looks good. Or even like this. Yeah, there we go. So while the bots do their thing and attach that, or bots will do their thing and construct that. Let's get the rest of these belts all hooked up. Go. That's connected. Just want to make sure that I've got full RoboPort coverage. There we go. Like that. One will come in here. The other will come in here. And let's just break that for now and wait for everything to be built. So, under the assumption that this will all be built one day, give it 15 minutes, or maybe even less. Um, let's retrieve my my Holmium products from the clipboard. Looked something like that. And let's see here. That's right. This was making 0.3. This is consuming 0.2. Something like that. I'll figure out the ratios in a moment. Oh yeah, that got built like really fast. Yeah, that looks done. All right, let's hook it up. So the first step of the process, it's pulling off the gears and putting it onto a dedicated belt, and that frees up a little bit of space on the belts for when I take off ice. This way, if there's any backup, it'll have a little bit of space to back up onto without having to clog the belt. So that's good. As you can see, ice is already backing up, and once it does, the excess will be fed into this recycler loop here. And it'll just start self-voiding. Same deal with the solid fuel here. And holmium ore is starting to be produced. Good. Stone is going into landfill. Of course, it has to fill up its belt as well. Concrete going into hazard concrete. And what I've got here is 2 recyclers handling the gears, 2 recyclers handling batteries, or sorry, 3 handling batteries, 2 handling low density structures, and what's this? 3 handling blue chips. And this works out. If I've got 2 full green belts of worth of scrap products, the amount of blue chips that comes through here will be handled by this. Red chips are coming here, and they're being included with the blue chip recycled products, which is green and red chips. So it's going to prefer outputting a full belt of red chips on this belt here, and any excess gets looped back into here and recycled here. And the products for red chips are green chips, copper wires, and plastic. Right. And plastic is also being produced by these low density structure recyclers. And that goes out onto this belt here. And any excess plastic will get captured by this self-voiding recycler. Copper wire and iron plates go to make new electronic circuits and try to fill this belt here. Any excess copper wires, any excess green circuits go into this decider combinator assembler, which has a crafting time of half a second. So this will void a lot of copper cable and a lot of electronic circuits really fast. Any excess green chips are recycled directly. Copper cables get fed back into here, so this is self-balancing. Iron plates get fed all the way back up through here. And here again is gear wheels and batteries. So we've got copper plates, we've got iron, copper plate and steel go here. Steel goes into the steel chests. And then out here, any copper plates go to the heat exchanger voider, which consumes an ungodly amount of copper plates. That's 33 per second, basically. So we've got iron, we've got steel here, heat exchanger, and any excess iron is going into this iron chest voider. So same deal. But before we void the iron, we're going to make more steel out of it using these furnaces here. Because steel is always in high demand. Like, we do have a thing for voiding excess steel, because steel is also a scrap recycling product. But we're going to be experiencing a drought of steel a lot of the time. So just getting a little bit extra is very good. On top of needing it to feed the heat exchanger. So that's what this is all doing in a nutshell. So all of these belts here, these are proper production line belts. They do not need recycling. They don't need any work. These are allowed to back up as much as they like. And of course, they're being fed into passive provider chests for use in the bot network. So good. That's all good. Now, a couple of things that I can do here. We've already completely backed up on holmium ore. And we don't necessarily need that. We can, for the time being, shove holmium ore into the network, and we're going to consume all of it in due course. So don't panic. Besides which, we have so much storage space down here. And that's all just earmarked for holmium ore. Hello, Giuseppe. How is it going? If you've never seen Factorio before, welcome. This is possibly my favorite game in the world. I've put in over 1,000 hours into it, and I still haven't actually beat the Space Age expansion. But I came from Vulcanus. I have my main heavy production facility on Vulcanus, and right now I am attempting to conquer Fulgura, where the, as I explained at the beginning of the stream, the basic loop here is you harvest scrap out of the ground, and this is like scrap from an ancient dead civilization, and you recycle them down into useful products like advanced processing units, advanced circuits, fuel, steel, ice, concrete, batteries, and holmium ore, which is a planet exclusive. This is necessary for making such products as superconductors and supercapacitors and electrolyte. So everything to do with electricity is to be found on this planet. In fact, this planet is so electrified that every night there are lightning storms, and I'm harvesting the lightning out of the air and storing it into this battery field. So that is the way that I'm powering this thing. And this whole place is like surrounded by heavy oil oceans that you can sort of walk along, but it's a real slog. So I've found a decently sized island to work on. But now that I have my scrap sorter / voider all set up and it's operational, it's time to get started with heavy production. Right, so first step. Oh, that's something I need to... I just learned that these pipes are pass-through pipes, so you can actually hook them directly up to each other, and they don't need individual feeding. I guess it's the same way with this? Like, surely... That's so weird. Right, it doesn't have an associated pass-through connection. It's just that these can share. I don't know. I'm confused. I'll find out in due course, I suppose. But anyways, that's so confusing. I'll find out if I can like pass both fluids through to each other. But anyways. Let's take the ice out. We need some chemical plants. Do ice melting. Right. So we've got water. Let's take out solid fuel. And I guess I could do something with it. Steam turbines? Steam engines? Right, they're the same size. But this consumes 60. So I guess even though it's not going to be all used, we can shove these in boilers for now. Let's see. This will consume 1.8 megawatts per boiler, and solid fuel has 12 megajoules. Well, that's not the ratio I want. This will produce 60 steam per second, and this will consume 60 steam per second. Okay, so that's more useful. So if I just do that, then I should be able to just have a field of boilers, just like that. Right, so that'll make like some use out of this stuff. We're going to be making boilers, and we're going to make steam turbines. And just for the heck of it, let's also just add in a storage tank. Next up. We're going to take our holmium ore and our stone. again, using chemical plants because we don't have cryogenic plants unlocked here. Let's see, I need some. Oh, I've got my toolbars. I really need to just use my toolbars. I've got productivity modules. I've got my beacons, which can take speed modules. Like that. Now this is a slight problem I always run into with this. But I should be able to just... like that. Like that. And then it comes out. Likewise here and here. Oh, that's right. It doesn't have a... does not have any solid outputs. It's just going to take 1 and 2. Right. So, if I just very simply take something like that, that goes in here, that goes in here. And we're going to consume as many holmium ore as we can. That'll output onto the opposite side of the belt. So it's going to prefer taking stuff from scrap. But if it gets a chance, it will add more holmium to the belt. And it also needs water. Cannot forget about that. So that can just go like that. But I'm already suffering from over-optimization. So we've got our water line and a holmium solution line. Next, let's make an electrolyte line. How do I make electrolyte again? Oh, that's right. I've got my blueprint down here. No, that's superconductors. Where am I? Well, it's going to be EM plant making electrolyte. This takes stone. So I guess we're already in a spot of trouble here. No, like that. So that takes stone, heavy oil, and holmium solution, and it outputs like so. Let's just convert these to fast belts. And actually, is Holmium solution used for anything else? But it's used for EM science. Can't forget about that. And Holmium plates. Alright, so this will just be an output here. Like that. Just like that. I think that works. I don't know how much I'm going to need, but as long as I build in columns like this, then it's not an issue. But what I can do is something like this, and have all of my, what you call it, power, like outside of the line. Alright, so the last thing I need is hook that up there, and an offshore pump just here. Good. So that's that done. Next up is superconductors. This takes light oil, plastic, copper plate, and holmium plate. So actually, that'll be second. First, I need to be making holmium plate. Where's my foundries? Here we are. Holmium plate. Fill that with prod modules. And we can just stick that there for now. And let's see. I guess I want them to be prod modules for now. Well, no, I want these to be quality modules. And the reason is I'm going to be making a rare mech armor at some point, and I want a nice stockpile of quality materials for that purpose. I do see one issue with this, that I'm already running out of space on this island for any quality upcycling processes, I think. Like, I might have to loop the belts back around down this direction, and that might be the acceptable compromise. But on the one hand, these miners have finished, so I can free up a little bit more space, which is actually just in time. Why am I so slow at making boilers? I'm not making stone furnaces, is why. Okay, let's make some stone furnaces. There we go. Now these are being built. Alright, and we've got some extra power going. That's what we like to see. Like, it's not a lot, but it's something. And actually, we can see on the power meter what is now producing. Right, like if we turn off lightning collectors, we can see that we're making 7 megawatts worth of steam charge. Which admittedly is not a lot. So we'll do something with that later. But anyways, foundries. How come... Do I really not have any foundries here? That can't be. Where did all my foundries go? Am I holding them? I am holding them. I feel like that's a problem. Like you're stopped at Fulgora, so why don't you drop some more foundries? Right. So this is making 14 holmium plates per second. And that's... Oh, that's a problem. I don't want them next to all of this crafting speed. Next to all of these speed modules, rather. So where should I stick them instead? Like, I guess I can put them here for now. At the very least, I can give them efficiency modules. Right, so those will be crafting. And what I want is... so that's going to output really fast. So I want these to consume anything that's uncommon or greater. These are only going to take out normal stuff. And for now, we'll just stick this in a passive chest. Good. These can also go in a passive chest. Limit that to 4. And I'm still consuming. I'm not consuming enough of this stuff. So let's add this back in. Give me my active provider chest. Do I need to make a request for them? Here, active provider chest. Just keep the line moving. I want to be consuming as much scrap as possible. Now I think I'm ready to make superconductors. So this takes copper plate, plastic bars, holmium plates, and light oil. And it is outputting here. And this is also a pass-through connection, so I only need to feed it there, and then I can just do that. So that saves a lot of space. Once again, I don't want these to benefit from speed modules, so I'm going to take those out. I can stick them there. These will also use quality modules, rather. I need my light oil production going again. I think I dismantled it properly, so let's just stand it up again. One, two. Heavy oil cracking to light oil. Good enough. So that is full of light oil now. So now I just need to add in chromium plates there, copper plate, and plastic bar. And before I get too carried away, I want to output anything that's uncommon or greater using these, and output anything that's normal with these. For now, that gets stored. Oh, we've already got some rare stuff here. That's good to see. So good. So we've got these coming out. We can make a proper belt for this and for this. Next up, we have supercapacitors. Again, we're running out of space, horizontally speaking, but we might be able to fit our science that way as well. Like I'm now thinking about this, and if I want to put these belts like down here, let's see. Right, because if I want to use my my upcycler recipe, it's also kind of beefy. So maybe I want to extend these further down here. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think that might be the play. I think if I have everything coming down here, then that'll work out better. So, for example, um, just thinking. Uh, right. Electromagnetic science packs. This takes circuits, batteries, superconductors. Superconductors takes those. I'm definitely overthinking this by a lot. Let's see. Maybe it's this simple. Right, that's the size of the belts that I'll need to make space for. Right, like I can get a little bit of extra real estate here. So if I just do like that, then I can curl the belts around, no problem. I also need to drain these, like, as soon as possible. Right, like... let's actually break this for now and just focus on consuming the solution that I've got. Or I can just add it here and add a new pump. Right, we'll enable this if solution is less than 4,000. But for now, this will do. Good. Yeah. So let's grab all of this. Grab all of this. Move that down here. All of this can move to, let's say, here. This is going to have to move. We can just stick this here as per usual. Now, what am I doing? That can stay where it was. I just need to drag the light oil belt or pipes down. That's all. It's not the end of the world. There we go. So now we have curled the belts. We're not going to be using those anymore. Instead, we're going to pull electrolyte down this way. So that's one. And I'll hook up electrolyte when I feel like it. For now, I need... Oh, all of these tanks are in the way suddenly. Can I, like... I'd like to drain this direction now. Yeah, that seems a bit more sustainable. There we go. Now we're doing a little bit. Are these actually hooked up? They look like they are. This just barely. Anyways. Um, Alright, so we're finished with that. We've cleaned everything up to some degree. We've got an output belt of chromium plates here. Right. So now we need to drag copper plates and plastic bars. I don't know if we're going to need plastic for anything, but for the time being, we'll do this. And that will be superconductors. Uncommon materials come out this direction. Good. Next up, supercapacitors. These also feature pass-through connections, so we can just do something like that. This will require electrolyte to be fed through this way. This takes chromium plates, superconductors, electronic circuits, and chromium plate. So one there, one there. And what does it take more of? I can put the chromium plates and superconductors on the same belt. That's fine. I mean, it's got such a long crafting time anyways that which side gets the inserter doesn't really matter to me at this juncture. Later on when I've got heavy throughput, then maybe it'll matter. But for now it doesn't. So I need EM circuits and batteries. Well, these are almost emptied. So I can just go there, and one goes down this way, and the other one is chromium plates. These will output with quality. So, so as usual, we're going to have a setup like this. Exactly so. We've got some research done. What else can we work on? Low density structure prod. Physical projectile damage is always nice. Steel plate prod. Mining prod. This is up to like 12k. Like, am I really ever going to need flamethrowers? I guess it can't hurt to start researching them. Let's just get these out of the way. In here, follower robot count. Yeah, good enough. Look how fast that's researching. These are free. Okay, that should be supercapacitors done. Looks good to me. And the last step is EM science, which I suppose I might stick up here. In the end, I'm not actually that happy with how I've structured this base. Like, I could stick one of these here, maybe. I don't know. One... Nah. What else can I research? Distractor capsules, destroyer capsules, electric weapons damage. Uranium ammo, why not? Yeah, and I guess the last step of the puzzle is right here, where I make science. This requires iron plates and batteries to make accumulators. And what did I decide here? Well, actually, let's just redo this. So I need to work something out. So we're going to take Yeah, take some speed modules, stick them here. It doesn't seem like this will work. Hey, Pocket Wolf. I've recently learned that you see how this pipe here, this takes electrolyte, but there's like a double arrow going up and down. That means this is a pass-through connection. So I can feed electrolyte in through here, and it'll feed all the way through all 4 of these. But I don't think the same is true here. Like, this is a pass-through connection, but there is no related one for this one. Like, you can't put liquids through this and have it magically come out this direction. So I think I'm still going to need separate inputs for these. Which is slightly annoying. But these tanks are now finally empty, which means we've gotten a little bit of space back. This takes 2 solid inputs and 2 liquids, and it will output science. So if I just have something like that handling the solids, then I could have something here for the electrolyte, something here for the holmium solution, and then it'll output there. Right, that looks like it works. In fact, that doesn't need to be undergrounds anymore. Those can just be a single belt. So, just like that and like that. I've just been playing hot potato with these, with the holmium solution. But yeah. Actually, this could be done much simpler. Let's see. Right, now that I'm not, I don't need all of that. I can make my copper and plastic belts up here instead. right? So copper and plastic, iron and batteries. Wow, I'm getting carried away. So don't need that, don't need that. And iron, likewise. All right, this takes green chips and batteries. And this, I need accumulators, which are going to require iron plates and batteries. So I need batteries to come down. Let's not get too carried away. Need... I need green chips. And where's my iron? Iron is here. No, let's make this separate. There we go. No, I'm still gonna do it like this. And then iron. Like that. Alright, it's a little bit jank, but that's just how this game goes sometimes. Now this, I want to convert directly into accumulators. So just like that. That'll cover all of those. Accumulators coming down. We're just going to jump that across. Combine this here. Wait, that's wrong. That's supposed to be super capacitors. How do I want to do this? There, that works. I've got more researches to do. Let's see what we got. Follower robot counts. How many of these can I get? Jeez, 7,000? What else is electrolyte used for? It's also used in Tesla stuff. But if I need it later, then I can always get it later. And looks like holmium solution is beginning to run dry. Ah, nice. We are slowly converting all of the remaining scrap on this island. Oh my god, not slowly, it's rapidly consuming. But, can I extract holmium solution here? There we go. Done with these, done with all these. This is now producing science. And we don't need it to produce very much. But one more won't hurt. There we go. And this is um, just for science. Good. Which means we can now restart this guy. Okay. So I've been playing for an hour and a half, and I just got science restarted. Now I have a little bit of rare materials to work with, but this is not going to be enough. What I want to make a mech armor. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff's researched. Destroyer capsules, landmines, artillery turrets, good stuff. All good stuff. Right. So I've got all that I need to make that. But I want stuff in sufficient quantity. So, with that in mind, again, I've run out of space horizontally to pull all of these belts down and make full use of this space. I guess that's fine. I will simply make do with what I can. Right, these are literally going as fast as they can now. All right, so I have supercapacitors being made slowly. These are sucking up half per second. These are making 0.22 per second. So actually, I'm massively underproducing on supercapacitors, and it's because of all of this quality thing. So I'm gonna have to scale this up by a lot. think the best way to do that is like so. Normal quality goes out there. And high quality comes out here. Similarly, normal quality out here. High quality out here. We're also just going to want to capture some amounts, like so. Just a tiny amount. Nothing too crazy. This is already capturing quite enough holmium plates. Alright, good. Right, so we can turn these back into just normal. Same with this. Just have these be normal as usual. Don't need that anymore. And we could theoretically move this in by one, but that's fine. Goodness gracious. Oh, that scrap belt is completely empty now. Right, but that's all settled. We don't need this anymore. Got a healthy amount of that. What's this about not enough logistics storage available? Oh, we're backed up on, what the? That is not okay. Let's just solve that problem right quick. Why has this stalled? Oh, because batteries are still stockpiling. Fair enough. Okay, but that is the bedrock. Um, we are waiting on um, more of these to be made. And for some reason, oh, these don't have outputs. That's making almost one per second. These are consuming a third of one per second. So 4 can support. I've got 16. Um, I need I need 2 more. I don't have space for 2 more. It doesn't look like. It's a stopgap. um, but yeah. So we're good on all of that, and we actually did end up having a use for all of this vertical space. So I guess my worries there were misplaced. All of those Logibots. Alright, that's a bit better. That is still quite a lot of U238. So if I want more 235, then I'm going to have to redo this a little bit more. Hey, Pocket Wolf. So, oh my god, what is happening? Everything is... Oh, low power. Everything is running on fumes. It's now just being supported by my steam turbines. Right. Oh, this is why. It's gotta move all of this crap. So all of my Logibots are working overtime to move this stuff over. That's fine. That's not a big deal. What is a big deal is now I've got science up and running again. You weren't here for the beginning of the stream, but basically I had a setup that that kind of voided everything, and it was I thought it was efficient, but it turned out to be extremely space inefficient. So I went back to the drawing board and I made this monstrosity. This takes 2 green belts of scrap products. It takes the gears off first to free up a little bit of space, and then all of the products get sorted here. And the idea being, like, let's just focus on ice for a second. All of the ice goes onto this belt, and it's going to prefer going out onto this output belt here. But any overflow will get sorted onto this belt, into this recycler, and it'll just, like, recycle into itself forever. And all of these belts are kind of like that. But the gear wheels, the batteries, the low density structures, the red circuits, and the blue circuits, I've worked out the ratios and how many recyclers I need to recycle these, given the probability that they show up on the scrap belts. And this is rated to take in 2 green belts perfectly. When you recycle all of these products down, you get some amount of red chips and green chips. Red chips get circulated back in through here. Green chips go into this decider combinator assembler, which is a very, very fast way to avoid these. Copper cables go into there, and they also go into here, and converted into copper plates. Copper plates are voided in the heat exchanger recipe, which again is extremely fast. It's 100 copper plates per 3 seconds. And iron gets voided here, steel gets voided here. Any excess iron goes into the steel furnaces and just buffs this up. So this will handle everything. And any excess, well, not excess, but like it prefers to fill up the output belts first. So I've now got every single thing that I need to build my base. One problem it looks like is all of these speed modules are really putting a dent in my my power generation. So I think before anything else, what I want to do is I want to put down a normal quality upcycler here. Just gotta figure out a good orientation for this. Like, I guess that... No. You know what, I'll just put it down here. We're going to make this an accumulator recipe. And we'll reduce. So that will take batteries there. Batteries and iron plates. And I want these, I want all of these blue stuff upgraded to greens. Right, that's my normal quality upcycler. This is the high quality upcycler. Ah, right. So this is the one I'm meant to be using. But that's fine. Now, problem. Well, actually, that's fine. Yeah, like, I don't think that's an issue. I think, um, yeah, this works. So, a little bit more compact there. So that means that can fit here, no problem. I've just got to put batteries on that belt. And iron plate on this belt. And then I can have a mall producing rare quality accumulators. Of which I do have plenty. But now they will come in much faster quantities once I have like these rare materials going. Looks like this is going to back up really quickly, though. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I guess I have to do something like this. Like batteries on that side, batteries on this, and iron plate on this side. What's the best way to do this? Man, this was supposed to be so simple. It was supposed to be like drag and drop, essentially. Alright. Batteries on this side. Iron plates this side. It'll just join up on the belt like so. Just side load. I think that works. Just to be extra safe. There we go. So now it's just on the right side of the belt. So this will never back up. We've got some uncommon material stockpiling very gradually. I guess I can upgrade some of these. Upgrade to rare. Let's just get all of these, all of these. All of these. All of these. All of these can be uncommons. Or I guess what I should really do is turn all of these rares into uncommons first. And then turn them into rares after they've all been fulfilled. However, we can still keep, like, these as rares. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. And that should solve our power needs for a little bit of time. That said, we are running low on batteries suddenly. Gotta make sure that these are all being serviced properly. It also seems like this this upcycler is not the most efficient way when you have the wrong recipe attached, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, this is not a problem with the recipe; it's just a problem with the approach. Next up, I want. Very specifically, I want, well, actually, so it was +2, plus 2.5. I'm not ready to make massive quantities of quality 2 or quality module 3. I'm still in the early stages, but for now, I want to do rare quality mech armor. But I'm going to do this more intelligently, I think. Oh, we've already got so much stuff. Look at that. Actually, never mind. I think I want to do a little more brute force approach then. We'll just have 1. And a recycler. With a steel chest. I'm going to quality module both of these. This will attempt to make an uncommon mech armor. This will attempt to make the rare quality mech armor. This is going to make power armor. I am making speed modules, etc. We're going to turn everything off if we actually succeed in making the rare mech armor. Oops. Not like that. Let's read contents. This is enabled. Rare mech armor equals 0. There we go. This is slowly filling up. Well, that doesn't actually make sense. Alright, that's going to request uncommon power armor. This is going to request rare power armor. This is going to a passive provider chest if it is uncommon or greater. Elsewise, it is going into a recycler to be quality upcycled. And while we're at it, let's make a programmable speaker. We're going to play piano. Yeah, that sounds good. And show alert. Rare mech armor ready. And programmable speaker. Good. Now, what else am I going to need? I need processing units, which I suppose are being made in the power armor. I need a lot more of these. And efficiency modules, which I'll need a lot more of these. Alright, are you gonna cooperate now? Good. Alright. We're still researching. Alright, I've got enough space for one more quality upcycler. What do I want to do with this? I guess I could do a similar thing for exoskeletons. Processing units, steel plate, electric engine units. I don't really want to take away from that, but yeah. What can I do with processing units? I guess the fastest way to upscale them would be... I mean, my idea before was... ooh, personal roboports. That's not a bad shout. Get 2 rares of these. Personal battery Mark IIs. I don't know. Suddenly worried about my my scrap output. I think it might be time to import or switch islands entirely. Like, this island is nice and big. This island is nice and big. Well, not as big as the one that I'm currently on, but this one... That one might be a little more fit to purpose. But I think I should explore a little more and find one with a little more favorable geography. Yeah, I just need a lot of speed modules, it seems like. Yeah, speed module 1. Oop, not there. Yeah, so like that'll help marginally, I guess. Just make as many as you can, buddy. Alright, well, that'll go at a certain rate. It'll be done when it's done. I think that's the best I can say here. This I only want to recycle when there's none. That's just going to output the rare mech armor. This will output only the uncommon mech armor. We'll output the uncommon mech armor, and we'll send this if there's more than one. If it's greater than one. Stack size 1. Only uncommon mech armor. Alright, I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Meantime, can I make one regular mech armor? Potentially with quality. Are we low on electricity again? It looks like we are. Oh my god, these are all full up. We're still going through the holmium solution tanks. So we're still not completely depleted here. but we are running very, very low on scrap. I think we might be running low on efficiency modules as well. Yeah, we actually don't have any left. So, we're just making as many as we can. And one more Power Armor Mark II. Which I guess you can have this. Let's take all of this out. Doop. Oh my god, it's me. It's me without my armor. It's being upgraded. With quality. Come on, no whammies. Come on, no whammies. We have not made a single uncommon power armor yet. So I'm beginning to think I want to just do this instead. Mech armor! Yes, look at me. Nice. Very nice. Now I just need fusion reactors, well, portable fission reactors, and then we'll be kosher. We're just gonna feed regular mech armors into here. And better ones here. Like that. Enable if rare uncommon mech armor is greater than 1. Hey, this is already like overkill, but hey. Oh my god. My exoskeletons are getting like no power because there's no sunlight on Fulgora. But I can now jump over my buildings. So that's nice. Neither of these have made any products. Because we are low on processing units, and we are low on uncommon power armors. In fact, I would wager that not a single one has been made yet. Nope, that got ground out. Ah, whammies. These have stalled because they're out of batteries. Okay. So that's it for Gore then. Now we just have to wait for my rare mech armor to be built, and um, possibly set up a train network to either import more scrap in here. I think there's enough space here for a little train station, maybe. Like if I rotate the scrappers up here, and then have a train station down here, then I can fetch the scrap from this island, or from here. That's 31 million. That's definitely more attractive. Or just start work on this island instead. It's much bigger. But anyways, so that's that. We've got our science hauler, still trying to get more EM science. How are things on Vulcanus? We're not quite full on these. How's my my hauler? That's okay. It's gradually filling up. Okay, the problem is not the uranium miners, which I didn't think it would be. Apparently I need to be making active provider chests here. I forgot how the small electric poles have like a reach of 2. I forgot how puny they were. Gotten too used to my substations. Whoops. Need to be making them here. Alright, good. So novice is set up. Vulcanus, we're good. This is just waiting for more uranium ore. Good. This is waiting for more science. Good. And we're not receiving any science yet. It's still got to fill up. 5,000 on planet? How come they're not being built? Have I run out of rocket fuel? Oh, I'm just not making stuff. So I've got blue chips and low density structures. Am I making rocket fuel right now? I don't think I am. Now I can finally get rid of these storage tanks. This needs to make rocket fuel. Simple as. stick some prod modules in here. And science is away. How are we here? Still haven't produced. This has made 4 products. This hasn't made any. But we've got some more processing units. That's a good sign. This is making its way to Vulcanus, at which point we will have more science to go through. Looks like we're struggling on walls here. These still haven't made any overflow iron or copper. Improve that slightly. Gradually running through our coal deposits. We do have a handful of these. However, this has clogged, which I guess is not too surprising. Let's upgrade these though. Upgrade to uncommon. We'll upgrade all of these to uncommon as well. And upgrade these to rare. Yeah, let's just stop with this. Good. Alright, what else can we do real fast? Like, we're using a smidgen of the light fuel, the solid fuel, but it's really, I don't think it's making a single dent in our power consumption. Most of it is coming from the lightning collectors. 12 megawatts, yeah, it's piddling. Like, it's in a kind of contentious relationship where it is gradually charging up as the lightning comes down, but it's struggling. Right, so now they're all charged up again, but for how long? Oh, this is getting affected by speed. I guess this whole setup needs to move slightly. Yeah, good enough. Alright, so we didn't get to rare mech armor this stream. However, we've got a mech armor. And we have scrap fully set up. I guess one more thing I could do is make more refined concrete. I just kind of go down here. Or maybe up here to where the concrete actually is. Iron stick, steel. This will make 5 per second. And this consumes 1.5. Alright. That's not a good way to do it. It's got to be like that. And then I can do this. And then we can have iron sticks come out here. Steel plates. How many of those do we need? Just a little bit. Yeah. Needs to go on the inside of the belt. And then iron plates comes down. Now we're making refined concrete, which means we can now make a few more goodies. We've run out of mall space up there, but we'll make rail ramps. Don't need too many. We'll make rail supports. Let's make 50. Am I making rails anywhere? Yes. And I'm making rail ramps. Am I making rail supports? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there they are. So, never mind. We are set. And how many rails do we have? 500? Alright, so we're in good shape actually. So essentially, we can just like have that, and this can go just like this. However, let's not actually build it yet. But that's the idea. It is good to have a use for all of this concrete, though. We are gradually making a little bit more uncommon processing units. So that's something. Like, one thing that's really unfortunate is, actually, it is possible. I would just need to crack, I would need to crack the light oil down to petroleum, and then I could make sulfuric acid and reconstitute the processing units. It's a lot of work, though. I think I'm more inclined to just keep processing the mech armors. So let's see what happens when this one concludes, and then we'll call it a day. Nope, just normal again. And just normal stuff. Okay. So, let's see. Vulcanus. Stone has backed up. Concrete is done. Good there. We're good here. We're good there. What are we stalled on, actually? Well, we're stalled on space science, of all things. Why are we stalled in space science? We're just not gathering enough stuff, I guess. I have finally chewed through all of my space science backlog, and so this is now actually struggling to keep up with production. That's funny. Anyways, let's stop with the follower robots because we don't actually need them. How do I make these? Okay, so I'll research this. I'll research all of the stuff that I desperately want, including rail support foundations, Tesla weapons. Processing unit productivity, that's a bonus. But I definitely want to continue on with yeah. Worker robot flying speed is also a very nice bonus, but we can deal with that as an infinite science. So that's the order. I guess next stream I will work more on my I want to make a few rare fission reactors using the uranium that I've been enriching this whole time. I think I can pull that off no problem. In fact, let's try something just now. We'll go ahead and make the... Where is it? It's not going to be here. It's going to be... There it is. Portable fission reactor. I'm not making constant combinators or selector combinators here. Right, but we're going to how are we going to do this? I want to keep all of this logic, I think. However, we're going to take out those. We're going to take out those. We're going to do this if it's less than rare. We're going to get rid of these. Get rid of these, get rid of these. We'll just keep all of this logic. We're only going to send stuff that is less than rare. And screw it, we're just going to do this completely bot-based. This is going to request all of the portable fission reactors rare that are made. This will be a requester chest. Requester chest, requester chest. Uncommons. And rares. Oh, we do have some rares in here. Not bad. Not bad at all. And a programmable speaker. Oops. We're going to enable if everything is less than 2. Let's make it 4. Why not? Programmable speaker and substation. Yeah, that's better. What else? What else? Ah, yes. That needs to be one of those. And one of those. We're going to enable if our rare fission reactors is less than 4. Okay, I think that works. So now we just set that to go. And the quality modules do not add to power consumption, which is nice. It's just a single beacon will make this nice. I need to be making... fuel cells. This, at least, can benefit from some speed modules. Right, so what's the dealio here? We need at least 200, 250, and 4. Nice. Alright, so what have we got? Like this is going quite nicely. Still consuming all of the coal that I can to make oil products. I don't think this is backed up in a little while. Although it's getting kind of dangerous. Because these are not connected. These have been overproducing this whole time. Alright, that's a little bit better. Yeah, this should never have happened. Where I'm really not supposed to have the race as high as this. But like the saving grace, I suppose, is that this hasn't been at 100%. I've been consuming so much plastic that this hasn't had a chance to kick on. Of course, I'm now consuming so much copper. This is struggling to keep up a little bit. No problem with the calcite miners. These are never going to run out. How are we doing here? This has not created anything. We are still... Oh, what is this? We have enough. This is not... Oh, this has that same problem as before, doesn't it? How did I fix this before? I can't quite remember. The issue is that this needs to be outputting on itself if there is no sign. However, this is outputting a no because it's taking in red and it's not receiving green. what's the issue? Um, right, this is outputting uncommon. This is attempting to output the new recipe into this. This is fine. This, however, it's receiving the no signal from here. And why is that? Because there is no green signal set. How about this? If I change it so that this is less than or equal to 1, then I'll send the green checkmark signal. And if the green, if red is equal to green, then send the checked signal. If red is greater than or equal to green, send the check signal. No, that doesn't work either. Right. If red is greater than or equal to green, then... No, if red is less than green, then send the no signal. If this is greater than 1, send the no signal. And if this equals 0, then continue. I think that works. Okay, so we have made one product. But this is not supposed to be sending the regular fission reactor recipe. It's supposed to be just uncommon. I guess that's another wrinkle I have to consider. Instead of that, I need to send like this. That way it doesn't just pass through the normal quality signal. Okay. So that makes things a bit simpler. And we have made some rare stuff, but it's still a work in progress. And of course, we are maxing out on our blue chip production. So if anything, I might want to stamp down another one of these. We're definitely not hurting for plastic, green chips, or copper cable. Especially now that I've buffed this up. We are absolutely keeping pace. Good. Let's jump back to Fulgora real fast. We have made uncommon mech armor. All right. So you've got even more space to work with. So now we can do that. And now we just have to wait for our rare mech armor. Enable. If rare mech armor equals 0. Oops. Yes, that's correct. Oh man. No, that's correct. Anything bigger is going to go into these, and normal quality goes into here. Yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. Not bad at making over double mining productivity now. Jump back to Vulcanus real fast. How is this doing? We've almost got enough to make a rare fission reactor. How are we on these supplies? We're doing just fine on these supplies. So we're actually in really good shape. Now it's just down to the blue chips. Which we are kind of struggling to get green chips all the way to the end. That's really good to see. We've basically got full utilization of our green belts now. And the only thing we're struggling on still is space science. Which is pretty interesting. Alright, so next stream I will have to improve my space science platform to collect more asteroids and add more crushers and stuff. Or actually, I have metallic acid reprocessing, asteroid reprocessing. Right, so if I get that. Hmm. Do I have any spare? I do have some spare inserters here. Yeah, let's just do this. We're going to enable this if there are more than 15 carbonic chunks. We're going to enable this if there are more than 15 oxide chunks. I guess it doesn't need the filter, does it? This is going to jettison if there are more than 50 oxide chunks. Let's drop this down to 10. One issue, though, is I need this to join on that side of the belt. So as not to interfere with the ammo. But this is so slow with just the one furnace. Ish. Not even enough belts. Alright, well, I'll just have to upgrade this properly at some point. At the very least, that's being limited. These have stopped for some reason. And that is because I'm not making electric engines anymore. Right, lubricant. Engine units. Iron gear wheel, steel, and pipe. Aye, this is a bit dire. I feel like I don't even want to deal with this. Just, just something like this, just to get it going. Well, maybe not quite like that, because it still needs to come out somehow. Yeah, I can make this work. This is really jank, but it's electric engines. Who cares? That does mean I can make more robots if I need. As long as I'm making robot frames somewhere. Doesn't look like I am. Alright, but more engine units, which means more power armor, which means more mech armor. And still struggling on batteries. We are out of batteries. All of the batteries are being sucked up by supercapacitors. And green chips. Which also means no more red chips until there's a backlog. And all of this because I'm running low on scrap itself. So I really do need to get this this extra island shipped in sooner rather than later. So maybe that's something I can do just now. Or in a little bit. Do I have at least one rare? Not even one? Like, it really is just a matter of time, isn't it? Okay. So I think that's a decent place to stop. Um, the alarms will tell me when I have my rare mech armor. They'll tell me when I have um, 4 rare um, portable fission reactors. So that will power my mech armor, and then I can get started working on exoskeletons. Um, but next stream, I really need to grab this scrap from down here or from up here. That one looks more attractive. Feed that in here. Maybe I'll do something with this scrap setup to make it a little bit more portable, or maybe they can stay the way they are, and I just need to like flip/rotate them so that they squeeze in here, and then I'll have all of this space down here free to work with for even more nonsense. Or move my homium stuff and like slide it in this way, something like that. In any case, I think that will do it for this stream. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna get Tesla weapons set up as well. I guess once I have once I've got my rare mech armor, I think I'll just tear this up. I'll leave this to go because I need more rare accumulators. And rare lightning collectors might also be nice. Although that's definitely a lower priority, I think. Because the problem is capacity, not efficiency of lightning strikes. Although, like, how were we doing before? It looks like we hit 0 6 minutes ago. And we're still coming pretty close to 0 on some cycles. But it seems to have calmed down a little bit. This might help a little. Oh yeah, we've been absolutely chewing through green chips, so that's why everything is halted. Ooh. Ooh, it's happened. And this didn't go off somehow. There we go. Let me switch this while I'm at it. Greater than 0. Yeah, rare mech armor ready. Alright, so let's dismantle all this then. That's exciting! Equip rare or better quality of power armor. Or mech armor. That's a new achievement for me. Let's see. I can stick another one up there, and then my batteries can go here. And there we have it. Rare mech armor. Just to make sure, got nothing in there, nothing in there. So let's find a, well, we don't need to find a recycler. Let's just stick a recycler here. There we go. So, no trace. No trace left behind. Ooh. Did you see it turned green for a second there? Lightning collectors. Efficiency 40%. 64%. It's really not important. But rare EM plants, again, not really needed. I can always make more... I can always just scale it out. So let's see. Yeah, so that's it. I'm gonna go back to Vulcanus next stream after I hook up this scrap to the bottom of the base. There is like a tiny little bit of scrap there and a tiny bit of scrap here. But yeah, that's... I think we're basically all set. Wonder, can I just like... Can I just feed this directly into there? Yeah, this is keeping pace just fine. Okay. So we're on pace to completely deplete the remaining scrap on this island, save these little patches here, which I don't think I really care about. If I come back to here, we still haven't made a single rare, which is a tad annoying. Like, we've got 150 rare processing units, some low density structures, and some rare fuel cells, but it's still not quite there. We've got lots of these, so we're certainly not hurting for uranium. But I would really, really just like this to produce some fruit. But that'll do it for today. All right, so that'll do the stream for today. Sorry I wasn't very chatty today. I'm still just kind of in work / processing mode from everything going on, and just preparing for ScotiaCon and all of that. But in any case, let's find someone to raid out to. Looks like Fey Wilds is playing Hightail, so I will kick you over to them. I will be back as usual on Thursday. We will be playing some more bits and bops, and maybe some of the bonus stages from Grapple Dog. We'll see how I feel. I think I should go after the bonus stages because the game is just still a lot of fun. I'm not quite done with it. As always, thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time.